Hello, how are you all doing today? Amazing. Yeah, I love that. Quite the vibe, the energy that I want. Um, Good morning, everybody, and you're welcome to Africa and Everywhere Festival. I thought I will hear some noise, a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to be here today. On the faces of everyone seated here, I can see that we are all expectant and ready to, learn, connect, and, everything. We know that Africa and everywhere, it's about connection, it's about, possibility, it's about talent, it's about discovery, it's about, connection and all of that. And we are all here today to at least have a bit of that, if not in the whole sum of it, but at least a bit of that. And I'm so glad that the convener is seeing into the future, connecting with young Nigerians and making sure that, everybody have a feel of what it is to have a, good impact in life and have influence and affluence in everywhere or anywhere you choose to, any sector you choose to thrive or any sector you choose to, you know, work and make impact in life. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa and everywhere is a platform. It's not just. This is not just. This is not just an event, just an ordinary event. It's a movement. How many of you believe it's a movement? And are you happy to be part of the movement? Are you sure you are happy to be part of it? Great. So, it's not just an event, it's the movement, that celebrates African excellence, that connects talent with opportunities, and reminds us that no matter where you are on the planet Earth, everywhere and anywhere you are on planet Earth, Africa does come first. Africa does what? Africa does. Thank you, everybody. So, right now, even though we are all dressed up in corporate wear, suit and ties, it feels like, I don't know, is this place cold? Is it very cold? No. Some people are resistant, while some people are, catching the cold. They are managing it a little bit. In as much as we are all here, I would like us to, I would like us to, you know, have some energy and vibe. And as a young people, anywhere there are young people, there's energy. I don't want to say chaos. You know, I don't want to say chaos. There's energy, there's vibe, there's liveliness there. So, um, please, can I so that you will not just be looking at me and be wondering, this guy that is just talking since morning, what is he talking about? Um, First off, I would say that I would like to introduce myself. My name is Aribilola Oloyede. They call me Premium Oyehari, Nigeria's number one premium host, and I'm here. I'm glad.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Good? Okay, good morning. Welcome to Africa Everywhere Festival. We're so excited to have you all today. I'm really looking forward to the panels, the networking, and everything that's going to happen today. I'm going to start off just by introducing Oge Elumelu, who is the host of the Africa Everywhere podcast. So she's going to come, give a welcome address, and we're going to just start things off. Please give her a round of applause.
Hello. Can everyone hear me good? Yeah. If you just give like a wave. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you everyone. As Ewa kindly introduced, my name is Oge Elumelu and I am the host of the Africa and Everywhere Conversations with Oge podcast. And I'm also really proud to be the convener of the Africa and Everywhere Festival in its inaugural edition. So thank you so much. And just making sure this works. Okay. So I thought it'd be helpful to kind of situate us in why this was started and how it came to be. So as I said, I started with the Africa and Everywhere Conversations with Oge podcast, which began in September 2024. And the aim of this was to shed light on the business of certain industries and sectors. So we had things like the business of fashion, the business of finance, energy, technology, you name it. And we even have some guests or some guests that I had on the podcast. Some of the organizations are here, like I know Omoni Oboli TV, Hez Energies, etc. And so we're really happy to have them here. But you know, as we had started the podcast, we started to think, okay, how can we go a step further? Yeah. How can we go one step further? We had 2 seasons, 20 episodes, an audience that reached over 89 countries and over 60,000 views and plays across all streaming platforms. Thank you. So obviously we thought this is an amazing feat and we're really glad that we're able to help people understand more about different industries and sectors. But how can we make this impact be more tangible? You know, like how can we make sure that it translates to actual physical and tangible impact in young people's lives? And so it was on this note that the team and I launched the Africa and Everywhere Festival. We wanted to create an opportunity for our online community to convert into an offline one, and essentially where opportunity is able to meet talent. And I think in Nigeria and even in a lot of African countries, to talk about how the future of Africa is our young people, and we have such a booming young demographic. But there's a key issue in the sense that a lot of people need access to jobs and a lot of people need help with employment and just getting into the job industry. There's so many graduates, as I'm sure you all know, but then it's hard to get jobs, right? So we started to think, how can we help? And we don't want to just talk the talk, but really walk it. And that's what founded the need for the festival and just really coming to convene people and allow people to participate in internship opportunities. But I'll get into that in a bit more. Yeah. And so through conversations, iterations, and pitching to these different organizations that you see here, it became what we are today. And today we're really happy to announce that we're having a um, one-day speed dating internship and careers fair, because we're trying to upskill people and give them the relevant work experience and employment opportunities. So not only do we want to shed light on successful people in different industries, but we want to see how we can help you guys to get into those spaces in a more tangible way. And this event couldn't have been done without our amazing internal team. Okay, I'll leave that for now. Our amazing internal team. So I had put some of the pictures up on the screen. So we have myself, as I had mentioned. We also have our chief operations and really just strategy, OJ Okeme. We also have our own a very special external consultant who, whenever we needed help with planning and how to bring things to reality from the ideation stage, this is Lamati Chris Asoluka. And then finally, we also have Solange Akinwumi, who all the cool like social media graphics things, she's really helped. So that's our inner team. And then after the inner team, we definitely could not have had this without our sponsors and our partners. This would truly have not been possible. And we've loved being able to build this festival with them and just seeing how it's really required the buy-in of our community and our partner organizations. So I'd like to just call them out because I think we really do need to appreciate them. We have UBA, Hairs Energies, Hairs Technologies, Emerging Africa Group, Zaron Cosmetics, Red Tech, AECC, sorry guys, there's kind of a lot, Omoni Oboli TV, Hairs Insurance Group, Farah and Zara, Avon Medical, Avon HMO, Zafire Events, Duke and Bob Manuel, Red TV, Upline Group, Giwa Osagi and Co, Olaniwu Ajayi, LSFPR, Zigma Limited, and Idowu Sofola and Co. So, yeah, they deserve a round of applause and more. Yeah, so thank you to our sponsors and to our internship partners because they really helped create our idea, make it into something that's real and really tangible. So now to our students, candidates, graduates. So we selected 100, our applicant insight report. We selected 170 individuals to compete an interview for 37 internship opportunities. And the opportunities that are available range between 3 to 6 weeks at a go. And I think that before I wrap up, it'd be really good to just kind of show you the thought that went into selecting all of you sitting in this room, congrats. And even all the people online, just how we went through picking people and our criteria. And I think it's so impressive that in our first cohort, we got over 7,000 applications. So thank you all so much for applying, everyone online as well, thank you so much. And to those in the room, congratulations. So our applications were received from young people across the full age of 18 to 30, with the highest concentration coming from individuals in the early and mid-20s. And so we saw that this data reflects significant demand for careers access and professional development opportunities amongst Africa's emerging talent. Applications were received from over 30 Nigerian states and several countries outside of Nigeria, which we feel demonstrates the festival's broad national reach and growing Pan-African appeal. Whilst Lagos emerged as our largest applicant hub, we also had strong participation from Abuja, Oyo, Ogun State, and Rivers. And it highlights that there's widespread demand, once again, for accessible career opportunities amongst young Nigerians and Africans as a whole. So when we were looking through candidates, we had 4 main criteria. We made sure that we had a multi-stage review that was designed to identify ambitious, high potential, and young people and connect them with the relevant career opportunities in which they indicated what they had been interested in. These applications were progressively narrowed against eligibility criteria. As I said, you had to be between 18 and 30. And then we also had asked some motivational questions, as you had all answered in this room. And we made sure that our process was designed to preserve fairness and recognize potential. And every application was reviewed with the goal of ensuring that truly opportunity is able to meet talent. We also got the help of external consultants, and they helped assess our applicants in role-specific criteria. As I mentioned, all our partner organizations, the ones that were providing internship opportunities, they shared the job descriptions with us. And so we were responsible for making sure that the CVs that we got aligned with the job descriptions from different companies, as well as I said, reading your motivations, and then also just reading your information. Where did you go to school, your degrees, etc., etc. And so our final shortlisting created sector batches for which all the attendees have been placed in today. And these are the basis of your interview schedules later on. So they go as follows. We have our legal batch, medical, pharmacy, biomedical sciences, technology, cybersecurity, creative administration / HR, finance, engineering, and sales. And specifically, within these different batches, our organizations are trying to provide 37 internship opportunities. So could you please give a round of applause for that? And yeah, as I try to wrap this up, I'd just like to end with this. In future years, we truly hope that we're able to expand, double, triple, increase by up to 10 times what we're doing. This is just the inaugural version, so we expect bigger and better. And truly, as it's called the Africa and Everywhere Festival, we don't want to just limit ourselves to Lagos or even to Nigeria. We'd like to go to different cities in Nigeria and really just different cities in Africa as well, because as I've highlighted, this is something that there's a demand for, and a lot of young people need access to jobs. So we'd love to try and help contribute towards that. And yeah. So thank you very much for your time this morning. Thank you for coming, and we'll shortly begin with our first panel session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oge. Can we please give her another round of applause? So we're just going to jump straight into the first panel, which is called How to Climb the Corporate Ladder. So I'm just going to welcome Oge back to the stage as our moderator, and then I'll also just introduce what the panel is about. So our first conversation explores how to climb the corporate ladder, a discussion designed to give young professionals practical insights into building successful careers, navigating opportunities, and leading with excellence. Please join us in welcoming our distinguished panelists. I'm going to just introduce them one by one, and then we'll come up and we'll give all of them a round of applause. So first up, we have Tony Sani, the Acting Managing Director of Emerging Africa Capital Advisory Limited. Please give her a round of applause. With an accomplished career spanning private equity, venture capital, investment banking, and corporate finance across Africa and Europe, Tony has advised on major transactions shaping emerging markets. Please welcome a leader passionate about helping businesses and professionals unlock growth, Tony Sani. Thank you for having us. Next up, we have Samuel Owenwanze, the Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer of Harris Energies, Chief Investment Officer of Harris Holdings Group. Samuel leads strategic finance and investment across two of Africa's leading organizations and was recently recognized as CFO of the Year at the All Africa Business Leaders Awards. Please welcome Samuel Owenwanze. And next we have Obong Idiong, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Harris Technologies Limited. With over 2 decades of experience spanning technology, law, finance, and business transformation, Obong has led digital innovation across some of Africa's leading organizations. Please welcome Obong Idiong. And I'll hand it over to Oge.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my question cards. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for being here. We're truly excited to have you. And maybe I can start with an initial question, whoever would like to answer first, but how did your career start? What was your first role? And then how did you get to the executive position that you have today? So that's very broad, but Mr. Sam, okay, yeah, you can go first.
All right. So first of all, let me say, I was talking with Tony and when we were sitting there, and I must say, okay, I'm quite impressed with what you've been doing. I've been following what you've been doing over the years. And it's not a small feat, and it gives me a great joy. And thanks for putting all of this together. I also want to say welcome to everybody. And I think I will start with, before I just give a brief view of my own career involvement, is to say that where you guys are right now is probably the most important part in your entire life. You're at the stage in your career, which we call your formative years. The things you do now, the things you focus on now is really what will get you across the line. There are usually 3 seasons in one's life. It's when you get to this stage. There's a stage where you build the foundation, there's a stage for growth, and there's a stage for legacy. The starting point is the foundation, and that is why it's important that everything we talk about here and what you do at this stage is extremely important. It's not always, things don't always happen very fast, but if you are very patient and focused in your foundation years, it gives you a good trajectory for growth, and you'll be able to build a future legacy. So very important. So I'll talk about myself. So I graduated from the only university in one of the 2 universities in Nigeria, University of Ibadan. yes, and everybody accepted that that's the case. And I graduated with a degree in human nutrition. I didn't go into University of Ibadan with human nutrition, but I came out of University of Ibadan with human nutrition. Long story. However, whilst I was in uni, I had identified 3 areas I was going to develop myself in. 1 was in finance, 2 was in management, and 3 was in technology. At the time when I was in school, and this is well over 30 years ago, technology wasn't really a thing. So my view of technology then was I was fascinated with, MS. I don't know if people know what is MS-DOS, but there was something called MS-DOS. You can Google it. And when I left university, therefore, even though I then made sure that when I was leaving school, that I focused on getting a good grades. So, but when I left university, I immediately went on a mission in terms of developing myself in those 3 areas. Number 1, I started writing technology-based exams. I'm an Oracle certified database administrator. I'm a Microsoft certified system engineer. I'm a Microsoft system developer. I used to code in Visual Basic and C++. I know those things probably don't exist anymore. But the point I was making was that I was doing my NYSC, and my NYSC, yes, everything I was getting from my, what we call our Alawi, I was using it to write exams, okay? And I was living on gari, sugar, and water in a friend's house in Lagos Island. But I was very focused in terms of what I wanted to do. And then my first job, which just happened providentially, was in a consulting firm. I heard that they were recruiting in a consulting firm. And so I went there physically with my CV. Those days you couldn't email CVs, you had to go physically. I went there physically, and the receptionist asked me what I came to do. I said, I heard you're recruiting and I wanted to drop my CV. And she said, oh, sorry, we just stopped collecting CVs yesterday. So I said, okay, fine. Then I turned, and I was walking away. She called me back and said, and you didn't even beg. You didn't even say anything. I said, no, you said they stopped collecting CVs now. She said, but this pile of CVs are here. So she took my CVs, lifted up the pile, and chopped it in between. For me, that is providence. It's kind of God working behind the scenes. And it's a fundamental aspect in anybody's growth. You really have to believe that there is something beyond you that will orchestrate your journey, and be able to identify when those things come up. And so I got the job, long short, and I was very fortunate when I got that job, because the managers of the business, my main leaders, were all leaving the organization at the time. And so I had to step up to responsibilities very quickly. So as a young person who was just doing my very first job, I started managing projects. And what that put in me was a need to develop myself rapidly. In the consulting firm, we had a library that had videos from Harvard Business School and books. And so what I used to do was spend all my time, every spare time I have, reading, watching videos and all of that. I will borrow books, get home, and I will read for hours. I'll wake up in the morning. My routine was wake up at 4. I'll get up at 4. I will first of all spend some time praying, and then spend some time reading. I'll get to the office early. I will watch videos, so that when I come in front of my clients, I wanted to be able to demonstrate that I knew what I was saying and I had the knowledge, even if I didn't really know that much. And I think that foundation was helpful, because what it did for me was it built a lot of confidence, such that when I approach people, because I was having discussions and presentations with heads of HR. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, so I'll try and speak loud. So I was working with, presenting to heads of HR and, senior people within organizations. And what all those things helped me to do was to be able to talk with them with confidence, and also to use the knowledge I was developing to basically to find solutions. And from there, I decided that after consulting, that I needed, well, whilst I was in consulting, I decided that I wanted to get industry experience. And I was fortunate again to be involved in a management development program in one of the banks called First City Merchant Bank. It was an investment bank at the time. And what they used to do then was they would identify talents. There were about 5,000 people that wrote the exams, and they select only about 8 of us. And so they put you under intense development so that you understand the banking business, and then it helps you to become a future manager. Again, this was a major aspect for me, for my development, because all I had to do for 18 months was to learn. And just to draw out the point I wanted to make there is, even if you don't have a management development program, I think in the world that we live in today, you are open to a lot of resources that can make you learn. In my days when I was younger, you didn't have the internet as pervasive as you have it now. You didn't have artificial intelligence and all the tools that can make you very quickly develop yourself. But I was fortunate to have been developed in banking. And then from there, at the very young age, I was in my mid-20s, I became the CFO of a bank. And I wasn't even an accountant, just to put it in context. I still only had my first degree in human nutrition, but I became the CFO of a bank. Just to let you know that, sometimes it's not really about the qualification that you got out of school, even though if you did not go to University of Ibadan is a problem. However, it's not about the qualification, but it's more about what you invest in yourself. And I think if you do that, opportunities come and you'll be able to shine. And I think I will stop it there, because right from that point, the trajectory of my career went very, very rapidly, such that within a very young age, I was already operating at executive level in some of the big institutions you have in the country today. So I think that's how we kind of summarize it, and I hope you pick some things there for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. That was really helpful. And I think we can now ask our other two panelists, Tony and Mr. Obon, if you can briefly as well talk about what is it you do in your role and how would you say you grow up here?
I'm next.
Yeah, you can go next. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Anyway.
Yeah. Ladies next.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna try to project my voice. I typically have a very quiet voice, but I'm gonna really try today. So please just let me know, maybe raise your hands if you can't hear me. So my name is Tony Sani. I am the acting managing director of Emerging African Capital Advisory. We are an investment bank here in Nigeria. And essentially what we do in layman terms is help businesses and government agencies as well raise money, right? So that can be for expansion, it can be for projects, it can be for inventory, for working capital, but essentially we help them raise money in a way that minimizes risk to the investor, right? So that way we're helping the real sector in the economy grow, while also providing channels for investors, both domestic and foreign, to put their money into Nigeria and get their returns. So how did I get into this? I actually was going to be an engineer. I was going to be an aerospace engineer. And essentially I had, in Nigeria, how we have science class, social sciences, and essentially if you're good in mathematics, they'll tell you sciences. And I love.
We have to just pause first. You were doing great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Oge. So I was just saying, in layman terms, we essentially help businesses and government agencies and governments raise money for very important projects and expansionary opportunities. So we're essentially helping, intermediate between an investor that is looking for something to invest in and a business or an entity that needs capital, needs money for their project needs. And so it's a very vital thing. And how did I get into this? As I was saying, I was going to be an engineer because I really, really love math and further math. And I had been told that if you like math, you're going to be an engineer. You should be an engineer. And I guess over the course of my A levels, I discovered that this wasn't something I had particularly put in much thought into. I had practically just been told, to go into this field. And I wanted to do some more research about what are the other paths you can take if you actually enjoy math. And so I had looked into actual sciences, I had looked into risk management, I had looked into statistics, I had looked into finance, I had looked into physics. There were so many avenues. And I decided that I wanted to learn more about those opportunities. So I did an internship where I did an internship. I worked at an actuarial firm and I also worked at an investment bank for a couple of weeks. And I discovered that I love finance, right? I love the opportunity of, being able to work with different businesses from so many sectors. So you kind of learn a little bit about what everyone does. We've worked with hospitals, we've worked with insurance firms, we've worked with FMCGs, we've worked with schools. So you're learning a little bit about the business processes across all these sectors. And you're actually helping to meet business needs, right? You're helping to plug these gaps, especially in emerging markets. And I decided then and there that was I wanted to pursue this. And I ended up studying accounting and finance, doing a master's in accounting and finance, and then, going across that field. And I really enjoyed it, no regrets so far. And that's how I got into it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Tony, and just kind of explaining what Emerging Africa Group does and how you even got there. I'd like to go on to Mr. Obong now. And just in terms of time and trying to keep things in line with time, I still want to ask you about your career progression and obviously Hairs Technologies, but from the angle perhaps of how has mentorship helped you grow in your career? And on that note, you can tell us about Hairs Tech.
Thank you so much. All right, good morning, everybody. And thank you very much, Oge, and congratulations on Africa and Everywhere. Very, very good event. And while we had the break, we're interacting and very, very smart young people you have in the room. On the mentorship, first of all, my name is Obong. I work in a company called Hairs Technologies. I look at mentorship in two ways, and I think I have been very beneficial to being mentored, but I look at it in two ways. And the most important thing around mentorship is how do you make yourself attractive to be invested in, right? How do you position yourself or make yourself, get people that want to invest in you? And by investment, I'm not talking about just being a co-founder or starting a startup, right? It's everything you do. I have in my office, I have an intern in my office, and there are lots of people that are still in the university here, Victoria. And she got this very small little assignment to do for me in the office, and she did it so excellently well. And today we drag her into some projects, we bring her into some meetings, just because I just saw that this is someone we're interested in investing in. I have a lot of colleagues like that, also young people. There's Mercy that is now about to lead a very, very big project. Mercy is, she just joined us about 2 years ago, and because they made themselves very, very valuable, right, in doing stuff. A second part of mentorship is, I know a lot of people think that you need to wait and be called or look for someone or write to someone to come and be your mentor. You don't have to. We're in a digital world today, right? And I call this the situational mentorship. There are a lot of people we see online, how they operate, and you learn a lot from seeing what these people are doing and how they're doing it. And also, that's also a big part of how I've learned. I mean, we see online, we see Mr. Tony Lumulu every time. We see Elon Musk every time. We even see Messi. And a lot of things and a lot of ways that they have gained success or attained success within where they are today. And there's so many steps that they have taken and so many stories that they tell. And there's so many ways that you can learn through that in mentorship. So don't wait. Make sure you deep in yourself, get the capabilities, have very good, strong work ethic, and you'll be attract a lot of people that want to invest in you, and also go out there and look for people that you think you like what they've done, you like where you want to be, and see how they operated and what steps they took, and be able to just align to that. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for sharing those tips, especially about mentorship. And I agree, you don't always have to have a formalized structure, but you can just kind of prove to someone that you're willing to be invested in, and they should just help encourage you and train you, really. And I'd like to ask a final question. As we have a lot of young people here and they're going to be going into interviews soon, I'd just like to say at the start of, if you could talk to your 22-year-old self again on the cusp of starting their career journey, what advice would you give them in just longevity and how to deal with rejection and failure at times? Because that will surely happen. Yeah.
Okay, I think I can go first.
Thank you.
So one of the core principles I learned very early, maybe at 22 or I don't know exactly, was it was important to separate between skills and attitude. Most times when we are developing ourselves, we focus a lot on the skills that we need to make ourselves attractive to a business. So you develop, financial skills, commercial literacy, and today AI, and all the kind of skills and tools that is important for you to be attractive. But what I discovered was that there is another side, there is another set of things that are important for you to be able to make that progress. That if you apply the same kind of energy that you apply to developing your skills to that, it actually pushes you very well ahead in life and in career, and it has to do with the attitudes. They are not the things that are easily taught in textbooks or whatever, but it's things that you develop introspectively. You look at yourself and say, I want to develop myself with certain core attitudes. And those attitudes or behaviors, you can call them behaviors, are the things that actually make you last in whatever it is you do. And some of it may be something as simple as, I want to be a hard worker, or I want to learn patience, or I want to be the type of person that I never give up on anything that, I'm given to do. It's not textbook things, but these are the kind of things that really, really stand you out when you get into the workplace. So what I would advise is, as you are developing yourself in skills, which is important, also kind of like develop a set of behaviors and attitude that will help you progress.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Sam. Very briefly, if either of our other panelists have any comments.
I think I can speak to this a bit. There's so many lessons, but I'll just be very, very brief. How many of us here are women? There's quite a few, right? How many of us here, almost all of us, are below the ages of 30? So you're going to be in a lot of rooms where you are maybe the only female, or maybe the youngest. It's bound to happen. Or maybe the only person from a particular socioeconomic background, a particular background, right? And in those rooms, you're going to feel sometimes like you're not enough, or you're not supposed to be there. I struggled with that a lot in my younger years. Sometimes I still struggle with that. And you might find yourself trying to prove to people that you belong in those rooms, right? So you might do certain things that you don't want to do. You might speak in a way that you don't necessarily believe in speaking, or you might embody certain cultures or habits, that you see other people in those rooms or in that particular field embodying. What I would say is, don't focus on that. There's one thing you should focus on, and that's your work. Let your work speak for you. You don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Your work will prove them, will prove yourself to you. The results, right? The results of your work will prove who you are. And there's a reason you're in those rooms. You're not here by accident. You're not in those rooms by accident. So always try to remember that. That's one key thing that I will tell my 22-year-old self. Focus on your work. Let your work speak for you. You don't have to defend yourself to anyone. And you are in those rooms, even when you're the youngest, even when you're the only female, even when you're the only person from a particular background, you are in those rooms for a reason. And in regards to failure, everyone goes through failure. Everyone. If you've never failed, then you've never taken any risks. And what I would say about that is look at failure as an opportunity to gather data, right? What can I learn from this experience? What could I have done better? How can I take and move forward, not knowing what I know about this experience? Don't stay stagnant. Use it as an opportunity to build and to grow and develop resilience. Trust me, everyone's time is coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. Let the work speak. Yeah, and briefly, Mr. Obo.
Okay, I'd advise you to bring out your notes and take some notes now, because when I was thinking through this morning, I thought, oh wow, in my 22 self had known this. In fact, I don't know where you guys would have been researching me. But anyway, the four major things how do they deliver, and how do they create, how do they deliver, and how do they capture value? Always look at what the outcomes are. And I think finally, I would say the final one I would say is, how do you what are the contacts you're making today? We see a lot of people here in this hall. Who do you know? Who are you meeting? What relationships are you building today? Because in this hall, we have future CEOs, we have future CIOs, we have future presidents. And so building on those relationships will make you call upon them in future. So create very, very nice relationships. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our amazing panelists who spoke on how to climb the corporate ladder. Thank you for your time. Welcome to our panelists and Oge, of course. And now I'm going to hand over to Oge to just introduce our keynote speaker. And I also wanted to make an announcement that the interviews will now be pushed back from 12:30 to 3:30, just so we can make sure we accommodate everything within time. So yeah, over to you, Oge. Thank you so much, Ewa, and thank you to our amazing panelists once again. So just to rejig things a bit, we're going to have our keynote speech now, or more so our goodwill message. And yeah, it's from a very important person to me, and he really walks the walk of, empowering young Africans, young Nigerians, and I thought it'd be amazing to have him come and just encourage us a bit, especially before you have your interviews, share some advice, democratize luck, all of that. So yeah, I'm really happy to bring onto the stage Mr. Tony O. Elumelu.
Okay, awesome. Good. Is it morning or afternoon? Just about afternoon. Okay, congratulations to you and your team. So about 2 days back, I asked her about something. She mentioned the name. I said, who is that? She said, her chief of staff. I started laughing. I said, okay, we're getting there. She used to have that talk. Oh, sorry. He used to have that saying the chief of staff, so she has her own too. It's good to see all of you and to welcome you to this session. I am happy to be with you guys, and I'm happy. Can you hear? Madam Obi could go. See the big people are there. So I'm happy to be here to share some nuggets with all of you. Well done. Today is quite an interesting day. I don't know whether it was planned or I think it was not planned, coincidence. This morning, okay, last night I watched the 3 matches and I think I slept around 5. I know by those up, I know final sleep was around 5. And so I woke up and checked my messages, and I saw a message from Omosefe. So, you know, when your chief of staff or aspiring chief of staff sends you a message, or when you check your message boxes, one of the messages you like to read, to check, will be from people who are very close to you. So I saw his message and was telling me about a master class. He's put a YouTube link. That's how in bed I just joined Mosefe's master class. And what he was talking about is equally useful to everyone in this room, especially to our aspiring future leaders. And now, after having my show, I'm here again, listening to another session about empowering those that the future of our continent belongs to. And when I say empowerment, oftentimes people think it's just about money. No. Knowledge is power. So if you have knowledge, if you have nuggets that will guide you and navigate you in this turbulent world we live in, then you have been empowered and prepared for the future. So all of you in this room, especially our young ones, you know I have a common phrase. I think most people know it now. It's quite associated with me. And that is what I say about the future of Africa. I always say that the future of Africa belongs to our youth. So those of you who are in this room today, you embody our future. You carry our hope for a better Africa. Starting from this room, larger Nigerian society, the region, the sub-region, the continent, and the world. So everything I came here, I heard a bit. I heard about one, Obong was talking about learn how organizations make money. Very important. And I also want to add, and also how you yourself can also make money. And, you know, we have many ways, and I want to encourage people who are close to me, I do so. I believe the best gift someone can give is not cash, is to help you learn how to invest, how to save. Is a starting point, because it's all about capital formation, it's all about investment, it's all about lifting ourselves ultimately out of poverty level, which is why I believe in democratization of prosperity. So to you all, as you are about to start your career journey or pivot, I want to start with my own story. All of you have heard this story several times, which is why I see myself as a product of luck. And what's my story? Just for those who have not heard it, but I'm sure everyone has. Well, let me just emphasize it again. For those who have not heard it, you listen to it, hear it today, but more importantly, you also wait for our book that is coming. The book will tell more stories about this. And it's I left when we were in school, we were ambitious. And I like it when some of the panelists spoke about that. You must dream dreams in life. You must aspire. You must have a vision for yourself, of yourself, what you want to be in future. And that to me is the bedrock and the starting point. I must be serious about it. All of you dreamt or thought about seeing yourself imagine yourself going to university. You worked hard and you went to university. You want to be successful in life. Any career, any path you've chosen, any area, you have to think about it, ask yourself what it would take. And this age of AI and co, what it would take to get there. You can check anything out. How do I become this? How do I do this? Who has done it before? What do I learn from the person? And then fasten your seatbelt and get started. So we were in school, we saw people who will come to campus in their flashy cars, etc. And we also felt that we want to. I felt that I would like to be. First was growing up. My mother's brother was a business person, so I said I'd like to be a businessman. What that businessman meant, I didn't know quite well. Then entered university and postgraduate school, and now it became clearer to me that I would like to be a banker. I would like to be a banker. Partly maybe because I studied economics, but more importantly, I saw bankers and the way I respected them, I admired them, and that was the starting point. And I said, what will it take to become a banker? We had to apply. So those days, when UNILAG for the master's program, on some Fridays when we don't have lectures, we'll go to VI in particular on Broad Street. You've seen signages, different banks, different financial institutions, etc. And then we'll compile names of these institutions, addresses, etc. And we'll be applying, not knowing where it will come from. And so as we approach the end of the program, took it more seriously. We attended a few job fairs like you, some of you are attending now. And eventually I got a place. And as I've often said, I didn't get a place because I was the best. I didn't get a place because I was the most intelligent. I didn't get a place because I think it was a combination of factors. I was ready, at least I had BSc, I had MSc, but the job offer, I saw the publication was for second class upper minimum. And then plus a master MBA or MS economics or MBF, master in banking and finance, one of these three. So at least I had first degree, second degree. I had masters in economics, but I didn't have second class upper, I had second class lower. So that means I was technically not eligible for this role. But I didn't stop at that. Because of that passion, the fact that I want to be a banker, and this is one of the first few interviews I was being invited to. So let me put one of the first adverts. So others who were soliciting, this is now advertising that they want to. I said, I have to do my best to get in here. And so it made me write a letter to say, I know I don't have this, but there were many reasons I didn't have a second class upper. It's not because of lack of brilliant intellect or intelligence. Give me opportunity, I'll prove that I'm more a first class material. And I wrote this letter and I sent to the institution. So people begin to understand the meaning of luck here. I was lucky that the decision maker, the CEO, the founder, chairman, CEO, read that letter. And in fact, maybe one of these I'll ask if you remember how he even got to read that letter. I'm sure the HR, someone must have sent it to him. And he read it, and I was shortlisted and invited for interview. And even a friend of mine who applied the same time, who had second class upper, BS economics, MS economics, was not invited. So when I saw the invitation letter, because I remember the family PO box number in Sulere then. I think one day I will go to that place. I know in the Sulere. I went every weekend we go and check the letters. That's when postal system worked in the country. And so I saw the letter, and I was so sure he got his own. I just called him. I said, Mike, have you received your letter? You know, when I said call, not now the people has phone. He was saying they have phone at home. I went to a phone box. I called. He said, no, he hadn't received it. So I said, go to your mailbox. Go and check. I was 100% certain because he was totally qualified. And anyway, summary is that I went through the interview process, the written examination, the oral examination, and here we are. The lesson there for all of you. Dream dreams. Paint a picture you want for yourself. Ask yourself what it takes to get there. Commence that journey. Sam or Obong spoke about resilience. Commence that journey. Okay, I'm told I have to finalize. Okay, but start that journey. Don't give up. Be relentless. Be passionate about what you want to do, and you will get there. I believe in what they say that when you want, aspire for something, the universe have a way of conspiring or aligning to make it happen. So just keep dreaming, but don't dream and say luck will happen on me. You have to work hard. That's what I talk about, working hard. Luck is about working hard, being prepared, and so that even when that luck comes, you're ready, for it. So what word will I leave you guys with? Because they asked on Mosife at the YouTube session today, masterclass. I think I would say to all of you, number one, be ambitious, dream dreams. 2, be very, very hardworking. 3, stay very, very, very disciplined, especially in this age and time. Very disciplined. 4, deferred gratification. Just tell yourself that everything must not start and end today in terms of earnings or whatever you get. And last point, think about humanity. The world is moving in different directions. Each and every one of us has a responsibility to make sure that we make this place a better world for ourselves and for everyone. So I believe that if you embrace all of this in your career journey, you get there. And as you get there, the continent will get there. We believe in all of you. The future of our continent indeed is in your hands. So good luck and congrats as you commence your journey. Thank you.
So much again to Mr. Lumelu. Can you please give him a round of applause once more? Okay. And now we have our next panel session. Thank you guys so much for bearing with us. It's very important as it's the advice and tips and tricks for interviews by our HR specialists. And Ewa will come on to introduce everyone. So thank you.
Thank you again, Oge. Can we all give them a round of applause again, Mr. Lumelu, for the wonderful speech. So I'm just going to jump right into it as we go into the session, the second panel of the day, which is tips and tricks to break into corporate jobs. Our second panel, whether you're preparing for your first opportunity or looking to stand out in a competitive market, this conversation will provide practical advice from leaders who have spent their careers identifying, developing, and hiring exceptional talent. First up on the panel, we have Faith Nelson Ojega, who is the Group Head of Resources of Harris Insurance Group. With over 25 years of experience across consulting, banking, insurance, and healthcare, Faith has led people, strategy, and talent development at the highest level. Please welcome a passionate HR leader, coach, and mentor, Faith Nelson Ojega. Next up, we have Yetunde Ayeni, the Group Head, Human Resources and Administration at Avon Healthcare Limited, HR Sector Head for Healthcare Harris Holding. An award-winning HR executive with more than 18 years of experience across multiple industries, Yetunde has championed talent transformation and was recognized among Africa's top 100 HR leaders. Please welcome Yetunde Ayeni. And our third panelist today for this session is Tomilayo Esom, the Deputy Group HR Director of Harris Holdings, Head of Human Resources, Harris Holdings, and the Tony Elumelu Foundation. With more than 20 years of experience in human capital strategy and organizational development, Tomilayo has helped shape leadership, learning, and workforce transformation across leading institutions. Please welcome Tomilayo Esom. Handing it over to Oge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for being here. How are you feeling this morning? Yeah, I mean, you guys are the bedrock of today's event with the interviews to be happening. So thank you so much for coming. I think I'd like to just jump into this, something everyone here can relate to. So when they were applying to the Africa and Everywhere Festival, they had to upload CVs. And the first question I'd like to ask is, what is your advice for a CV? Like, how long should it be? Or in general, what are the top things you like to see in one as opposed to mistakes? Who would like to take it? Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations, Oge.
Thank you.
And hello, everyone. When we talk about CVs, I think first for graduate trainees and early career people, I would expect to really see like a page or 2 pages. But it's not even about the pages, it's about the content, what you put there. I'll start with your email address. And it's very funny because I've seen different things. I've seen someone, write things like bidemiserascal@gmail.com. I don't want to recruit you if you say you're a rascal already. So your email address, your contact number, people forget those things. I've seen email CVs without contact numbers. But the most important thing is also how you are positioning yourself in your CV. Don't send generic CVs. Don't send CVs that are generated with AI, because we can tell. We all use AI, so I can tell easily it's been generated by AI. Your CV needs to answer one question: why you? Why you? That's all. Why should you be recruited for that role? So you need to position yourself in your CV, and don't send generic CVs. For each application you're making, there are different ways you need to write your CV. You need to tailor your CV to those applications. Thank you
so much. If I can get maybe Ms. Yetunde's point on this as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Oge. Good morning, everyone, afternoon, or whatever time it is. So on the CV, there are certain things you shouldn't put there. For example, your address. Just put Lagos, Nigeria, Abuja, Nigeria, Port Harcourt, Nigeria, right? Nobody would come to check where you live like immediately. And I'm saying this for security reasons. You don't know how far your CV would go, right? So you really don't want to put too much information on it. Another thing you shouldn't put on your CV are the details of your referees. I see some CVs that has the name of the referee, the contact details, where the referee works, the address of the referee's office, and all that. Do they even know that this information are public? Do they know that you have their data accessible to everyone that might have that CV in their hands? You don't want to put that on your CV. And like Tommy said, it shouldn't exceed 2 pages, but put the critical potential.
I'd like to ask, obviously this is an organization that is quite established. And so I'd like to ask for people that might not have that much work experience, or feel like they don't stand out because of the things they've had on their CV, what advice?
So just look at, it's also important when you're in school, when you're working on your project, take your project seriously. Okay, take it seriously. It can be something take it seriously. It can be something you can put on your CV. So even if you don't have any experience, you can ask you questions. You can ask you questions around, okay, yes, you wrote about this. This was the project about. I've had experiences where I've asked a young graduate, oh, what did you write about? And the person barely remembered. Okay, maybe a certification in data analysis, or I'm interested in human resources, so I have registered in CIPM. I have my level 1 certification. And so what are we looking for? We're looking for someone who has strong communication skills, who is actually proactive about wanting to build their career. And so you don't have to, rather than panic and say, oh, you're sending, and I think my colleagues had said it to me, and yesterday, do not send generic CVs. Try to write what you have done. Try to put down what you have done in your CV. Your academic research, other skills you're developing, or other areas where you have been in. A lot of us are involved, a lot of you are involved in activities in school. Maybe there are some international projects or organizations you're involved in, even in the student union activities. Include it and be able to speak passionately about it. And in addition, if you're going to come into any of our organizations to have an interview, have you done your research about the organization? And so when you're going into the interview, you have done your research, you're asking yourself, how am I going to add value to this role? What are those gaps? So for instance, if you're applying for, let's say, social media analyst, as a social media person, I have looked at the social media place. I've gone to Instagram,
you can leverage on to describe your learning agility, how you can add value, how you can earn trust, how the organization can trust you. I think the most important thing is how you can actually add value, because what are you coming to do in an organization? You're not looking for a job to be taught. You're looking for a job to work and add value to the organization. So you need to be coming out strongly with what you do, your technical skills, and also your soft skills, because we are always very big on technical skills, but your soft skills also need to come out, how you communicate, your critical thinking skills. And then for interviews also, to calm your nerves. I think for me, what I told myself when I was starting is that I already told myself the worst answer I can get is a no. The worst, it's a no. So why am I afraid of getting the no? But I will not go there with the intention of getting a no. I will go there with the intention of not getting that no. But I have it at the back of my mind that I might get a no. 2, the people interviewing you, they're human beings. Your job is to convince us that you have the minimum skills, not maximum, minimum skills to be considered. So you need to go there with the confidence that you require. You need to speak well. You're well dressed, so I don't need to say that again. I think Oge had prepared you for that. But yes, look the part. Look the part. Talk well. Calm down and pass your message. When you're interviewing is a conversation. It is not question and answer. It's a conversation, and take it like that. I think it will help with confidence. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I think you actually wrapped it up quite well. So thank you to our amazing panelists. And okay, interactive.
So, because I interview people always, I want to add a bit here too. And also because when I started, I know my first interview, there was fear. It's huge fear. So, but you see, in addition, everything, everything that has been said, totally I agree. And very well. In fact, that I was clapping for all the panelists as they spoke. But a few more things. You know, like this virtual age, digital age we live in. So there are some interviews you have is virtual interview. So try. So for me, at times I can get put off even the if the background. Some people don't like come prepared. So we know that connectivity is beyond you. So when there's connectivity, it's not your problem. But at times you cannot stay in a dingy place, the background is dingy, etc. That those things that are within your control, just do them. And then you sit up properly, you look up. These little things, but they all add value. And for like men, depending on the profession, because everything is situational, it depends on what you're interviewing for. Tech people might want to see dreadlocks, etc., to show that you think well. But at least whatever, like a background that's like neutral, that can, because just a neutral background that will be a bit appealing to people, because you know people are looking at you to just Can I trust this person? Can this person deliver? Does this person fit into their culture? Is this person good for us? Does this person have hunger? So many things going on in the mind of your interviewers. So whatever you can control that will create trust, confidence, reliability, and that you have potential and skill, fine. Every other thing they said, the technical thing, they said it very well. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you so much to our amazing panelists and our special keynote speaker again. So thank you. Chinecherem Desmond Nwana, Akune Ifoma Laura, Adindu Nwokori Uzoma, Favor Azubuke, Choma Okoli, Sharon NM Chuku, Obo Faith Ozioma, Joseph Oluwabusayo Orowajaye, and Ojigo Osele. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. That's the end of our session. To announce that we're now going into the networking session. As you can see, there's different company booths around us. So please feel free to go and talk to the different organizations you're interested in. Even if you're not interviewing with them, please talk to them and also network amongst yourselves. And most importantly as well, some of our panelists that have already spoken are sticking around to speak to you people here, just inspire you, answer any questions you ordinarily might not have had access to them to do. So yeah, please make the most of the time. And within 12:30 to 3, you'll be having your interview. So just make sure to keep an eye on the time to know when you have to head to your interview and then when you can be here mingling and networking. But thank you so much, and yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. We are not done. But yes, to all the panelists, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Sir, you're welcome. Ma'am, you're welcome. Mr. Tony Elumelu, we all know him. He's a very popular man. You can just Google him. Google will give you like 100 pages, talking about him alone. But sir, we ought to have met some years back. Yes, I would not lie. We ought to have met some years back.
Are you sure?
Years ago, yes. Sure? Years ago. I can't remember precisely, but I saw you at the airport. Yeah, so I think you're about to board, and fly. And fortunately, well, we're supposed to be on the same flight. So you were in the first class, of course. We did where we did years ago. So I spotted you, and we at the economy now, they cannot allow us go. So I kind of like interacted with the air hostess, just to give me an opportunity to come and say hi to you. They wouldn't allow, but I just persuaded. I insist, and they thought to make an exemption. So I approached the first class, just to a quick movement, and they ported me to where you sat. Just as I was about to get close to you, just to shake your hand, I was just looking at you. Just I was about to get close to you and say, Mr. Enubelu, and I extended my hand, and then I woke up.
Do you wake up or you?
And then I woke up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
For the first time, sir, please let me revel in this handshake, sir. It's nice meeting you. My name is Ari Bilolo Oloyede. They call me Premium Oyehari, Nigeria's #1 premium host. And this is my colleague,
I celebrate you, sir.
We celebrate you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Please, I want to take picture. Let us take official
okay, please.
picture.
Please, I want to frame this picture.
Yes.
I want to use it for collateral for.
Please, Chiyon, can you stand at the side? Thank you, sir. Okay, we should go up. They said we should go up. Can you indulge? Okay, let's just face the so that they will know that.
So sorry, please. You can stand up and network in. Please, you can go now, please.
Thank you very much, and what a great job you have done raising a very intellectual
and
woman.
please, we're still coming back.
Ma,
feel free to network.
Ma, I will not go. They say behind every successful man there is an odogress. So nice to meet you, man. God bless you, man. God bless you, man. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have so many games at the boat. Feel free to participate. Feel free to network. What game are we doing here? Ladies and gentlemen, I want some people at this boat, please. Please, can you come to Energy Boat, please? I want some people here, please. Can I have some people? I have some gifts to give out today, please. I have so many gifts to give out.
Okay, so we have so many companies represented right here. We have Sapphire Events here. And then we also have Health Technology. We have Avon HMO. We also have Red Tech. We have Airs Insurance. We have Oboni TV. We have Avon Medicals. A whole lot of them right here, ladies and gentlemen. So just move around, consult with them, talk to them. You know, it's all about networking.
One minute, Oye. So I hope you just get yourself a gift, a power bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to join me on Energy Boat. This power bank. Please, I want a lady first. I mean, a lady second. No, my God, don't worry. After this, I want a lady. Sorry, I want a lady. So are you ready for this? Are you ready? Have you prayed before you come to this place? Okay, let's go. Cause by the energy. Okay, X energy.
If you want to win yourself some goodies, you can come over to S Energy. We have UBA Bank, United Bank for Africa. We have their stand over here. We have their stand, so you can go sign up with them. While at the booth, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to Air's Energy Booth, where the future of energy meets innovation. So, what we have here, this is not just a booth, this is an experience. If you want to have an experience of a lifetime, come to Air's Energy Booth and explore, you know, At Air's Energy Booth and at Air's Energy we power Nigeria's energy future. You know, and we discover exciting career opportunities with Africa leading indigenous energy company. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to win a lot of things, good things for yourself, and then you are also connecting to the leading energy company in Africa, in Air's Energy.
That's what you got.
Think you've got what it takes? Step up and claw your gift.
Another power bank is going. Power bank.
Snap at the booth, snap, take pictures, tag your friends, and tell us what your experience is like. Because at Air's Energy Booth, we make a lot of things happen.
Okay, please. Can I have a lady? A lady. Please come. Sorry. Can I have a lady?
We have Farah and Zara. Please, you can go and talk to them.
And don't forget, just only 3 try, and after then, if you don't pick any ball, that means you are disqualified. Oh, you start. You can start.
Amongst all the booths here of our partners, I will say again, we have UBA United Bank of Africa, #1 bank in Africa. You can go to their stand, you know, you can open your account and get information about what they do. We have Farah and Zara. We have Sospire events. We have Omoni TV.
You want to see me talk? I don't give them back to say no.
We have Mr. Tony Lumeli here. And Imagine Africa.
Many men in my convoy. The boy do they take his us. He knows they don't give back on.
Feel free to come to
like us.
Imagine Africa.
When you see me enter, they never bring you to enter my love.
Okay, thank you.
You want to see me down? I don't give them back to sender.
Please, can we have our keynote, Mr.
Tony Elumelu.
Tony Elumelu.
Oh my God.
Let me see what you got. Power bank. Another power bank. Another power bank is going. Another power bank. I want the lady. Please, can you go? We have a lot of gifts to give out today. A lot of gifts to give out. Please move around. Go to the stand. We are giving flight tickets to your house.
Zaron HR, please come and meet me in the hall right now where I'm standing. Zaron HR.
Are you ready to do this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Zaron HR. Please come and meet me where I'm standing.
1, 2, try.
Zaron HR.
You give me sugar.
2, the last try. Let's go. Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you know that you want to win a gift, play Can You Start Dancing? We are the Air's Energy Bolt. Ladies and gentlemen, another power bank. Another power bank. We got a power bank. Another gift going out. Another gift.
Zaron HR, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, in case you don't know, we have speakers. We have so many gifts to give out here today. So many gifts to give out. We have speaker, we have fridge, We have flight tickets. I don't know which country, sir. And if you are lucky, I was just told now, if you are lucky, there's a car. We are giving out a car tonight. SNIG, Sharon HR, Zaron HR, please. Can you come to the stage? Zion HR, please, can you come to the stand, please? Sure.
Please, guys, make sure you visit at Edge Technology. We have a raffle draw going on right there, right now. Go to the wheel and spin the wheel. Go there and spin the wheel. Zaron HR, please, where are you guys? Okay, please, like I said, Zaron HR, please come, we need you. United Bank of Africa, the #1 bank in Africa. Please go to their booth. They have awesome products that you can benefit from. We can say they are the leading partners of this wonderful innovation. So please, UBA, please go there and ask questions.
Too many girls where I fuck up. Too many friends where I cut off. Just they smoke, just they
okay,
I do overthink, I say top up. You should go yellow. It can take time and effort. But to get on you, me stubborn. You want to live by me a ball of tattoo to me, I'm a pony me. Who got to do the call my son, Mufano saw me, being your soul. Up along you will Lord me. Recognizing and accepting, reflecting, I don't learn lesson. Nobody perfect but me. Nobody perfect but me. Forgiveness, forgive me.
Okay, please. The second batch of the interview candidates. The second batch of the interview candidate, please pay attention and listen to your names. Once you hear your name, please come and sit. Come back to your seats. Once you hear your name, once again, please make your way back to your seats. First on my list, Hanata Liadi. Iguma Daniel. Inose. Olafare Modupe Oluwa Roda.
Ike free to network.
Okafo Edna Ungozi Chuku.
XNIG, are we good?
Ogechiku Alo. Olaito Ajibola Emmanuel.
Are we good?
David Owogoga Ochago. Emmanuel Precious Ifeanyi. Adeola Ajibosho. Ifeanyi Ahasili. Oluwa Tamilore. Lydia Aladesuyi. Please pardon me this name. Ebi Kono Boy. David Dio. Ebi Kono Way. David Dio. Adeyege. Oluwa Shemilore Idowu. Ando Favor Abokada. Yeah. Ando Favor Abokada. Sunny Mercy Temitope. Akune Ifoma Laura. Rokibat Kole Osho, Oluwatumise Ademuyiwa, Deborah Boluwatife Jinodu, Christiana Iria Yomide Smith, Victoria Lawal, Emanuela Igaifwa, Precious Ezekiah, Osage Mary Atinuke, Chioma Vanessa Okano. Please, if you hear your name, come back to your seat. I will go over the names once again. Hanatu Liadi, Igenuma Daniel, Olafare Modupo Oluwaroda, Okafo Edna Ugozi Chukuka, Ogechukwu Alo, Olaiton Ajibola Emmanuel, David Owogoga Ochago, Emmanuel Precious Ifeanyi, Adiola Ajibosho, Ifeanyi Agasili, Oluwatamilore Lydia Aladesuyi, Ebi Konowe, David Dio, Adeigbe Adeyege, Oluwasemilore Idowu, Hagbo Favor Abokada, Sani Mercy Temitope, Akune Ifeoma Laura, Rokibat Kole Osho, Oluwatumise Ademuyiwa, Deborah Boluwatife Jinodu, Christiana Iria Yomide Smith, Victoria Lawal, Emmanuel Igbefwa, Precious Ezekiah, Osage Mary Atinuke, Chioma Vanessa Okanu. Please, if you hear your name, come and sit down. To all our partners, UBA, United Bank of Africa, S Insurance, Red Tech, Avon Medicals, Omoni Oboli TV, Avon Healthcare, Farah and Zara, Sapphire Event, S Technology, Imagine Africa, S Energy. Thank you so much. If I just called you right now, if you hear your name and I just called you right now, please, look at this brother right here. Please raise up your hand. Wave.
Can you
follow
come
him,
to the
please.
stage?
Follow
so that
him.
everybody can see you.
No, he's waving his hand. Please just follow him, please.
Okay, please, if you put your name down for X Technology, please, can you go straight to the board for the raffle draw, please? If you actually put your name down, please, can you come to the S Technology for the raffle draw? Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? No. You don't put that in it. You just want to know. You can't. Because you can. Please feel free to come to the X Technology booth, please. We have so many gifts to give out here today. Okay, first stand, we have airball, smartwatch, laptop stand to give out, power bank to give out.
My people are UBA.
And so many gifts to give out. And also we have flight ticket to give out to your house.
Hi everyone, if your first interview was scheduled for 12:10, please start making your way to the hotel for your interview. So it was initially scheduled for 12:10, that's what you have in your program that was sent to you. Please make your way, follow the volunteers towards the interview room. If it was scheduled initially for 12:10, please make your way now.
Please make your way to the interview stand. If you are scheduled for 12:30, your interview was 12:30. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. My first raffle draw. Ooh, what? John Praise. John Praise, where are you? Going? John Praise.
John Praise.
Wait now. Wait. John Praise, going? John Praise, okay. He's there. He's there. No, don't worry. I will check. Please, can you give me your PBN? Okay. Wait. Okay, come. Come up here and spring. The middle. Just not the middle. Yeah. Wait, don't worry. Be praying. Nothing. Hey. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Thank you. Who is going next? Who is going next? We have so many gifts to give out here today. Be praying.
All right. S Technology.
Adam Lawal, where are you? Adam Lawal.
S Energy, they have all the things.
Adam Lawal, going.
S Energy, are we still winning something?
You can proceed to.
You've won.
Ikechukwu Daniel, where are you? Ikechukwu Daniel.
Adam Lawal is coming.
No, Otilo.
Okay, so at the UBA stand,
please, you can feel free to
if
touch
you
the middle.
open your account, if you open an account
Yes.
with UBA right now, you stand a chance to win
Just
a lot
bring,
of goodies
be
they have in store for you today.
Nothing.
So if you do not have
Nothing.
a UBA account, please go and open one right now. You will be shocked.
Please, can we do another one, please?
You will be shocked the amount of goodies that you collect with just a simple act of opening an account or having an account with UBA.
Israel Idaya Ifyong, where are you?
If you have an account already with UBA, then you are banking with the best bank in Africa.
Please come. You got to win everything. Eh? What's this? Which one is this? Oh yeah. Please, can you spray? Touch the middle. Have you prayed? Yes. Oh yeah. Let's go. Don't worry. No. You are with laptop sound. And I said it. Trey, please, can you come with the laptop stand that on behalf of SN Technology?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having fun wherever you are. I hope you're connecting. I hope you are networking. I hope you are winning something.
Yes, yeah. Okay, who's next? Olaiton Ajibola, where are you? Olaiton Ajibola. Going? Olaiton Ajibola. Gone. Because we have a lot of names. John Praise. No worry. John Praise again. Oh yeah, there you are. Oluwatimileyin, where are you? Oluwatimileyin. She's not here. Going. Gone. Okay, next. Okay, sorry. Please come. At least you hear your name. Are you ready? Are you ready for this?
Please come and open your account with UBA.
Feel free to spend. Just talk to me.
You will be doing yourself a whole lot of good opening an account with UBA. If you want to go into event planning and all of that, we have Farah and Zara, and then we have Sapphire Event, one of the leading event planning
please, can we
companies
do another one
in Nigeria,
another one,
home and abroad.
Oh yeah. We don't have much time. I need to go. Kingsley, wait. Shagun Joshua. Okay.
My God, people are winning laptops here. Wow.
I should give you Expo. Let me give you Expo smartwatch. Oh yeah, let's go. Leave it. Oh yeah, touch it again. One finger. Smartwatch. Receive it. Phone stand. Yeah. Next person, we have two more to go.
Avon Ed Care.
2 more to go.
Avon Ed Care. We want to have access to all
we are still coming back.
okay,
please feel free.
Benefits. Come to Avon. To all Edcare benefits, they will have a discounted health plan. You want to be
Promise Oladejo, where are you?
You want to be a techpreneur. You want to
Promise
be an
Oladejo.
You want to be
Promise
a
Oladejo.
guy.
He's here.
Whatever you want to be without
Promise
good health, your journey is not complete. Come to Avon Healthcare.
Come here. Are you ready for this? Just touch the middle. Let me hold it. Power bank. We have another power bank. We're still going. We are still going.
Angelina, oh, she want to party, oh, make she lose control. No, 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 no. Say, Angelina, oh, she want to party, oh, she want to lose control. No, 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 no. Go lo 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 lo, go lo lo, go lo 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 lo, go lo lo, go lo 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 lo, go lo lo, go lo lo lo.
At Avon Medical, you can check your BP. Avon Medical, like I said, you cannot become anything that you want to become if your health is not in the right place. So why you plan, why you meet people, why you talk, why you do everything possible to succeed in life and in your endeavors, you need to make sure that your health is on point. So please, you can go to
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are in energy. Please, I have the CEO. Yes, the CEO, the future CEO. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, okay, please feel free to tell us about your brand. So, over to you, ma.
It's my pleasure to do that at the Africa Everywhere Festival. So, Hairs Energies is Africa's fastest growing indigenous energy company, and we're changing the landscape of energy development and oil and gas production in the country. We've been doing great things around the areas where we operate. We started with the asset that we acquired in 2021 and very quickly changed the game on that front. We took on the asset with production at about 27,000 barrels a day, and within 100 days we doubled that without drilling any new wells. So we are the champions of brownfield development, and that is a lot of ingenious minds working tirelessly to change the energy narrative. Energy sufficiency is our priority as Africans. We need all the energy we can to drive the development that we want to see across the continent. And one quick evidence of that is what we did last year with one of our wells that came on stream and very quickly changed the trajectory of power production generation in Abia State. So today, in that area, they have constant electricity, and what that means is transformation for industry. A lot of factories are working round the clock, production has gone up, cost of power has gone down. It means more jobs, more things, products in the market at more affordable prices, and more small and medium scale businesses are able to afford power and drive their businesses. So it means everywhere across the state, people are able to do more for less and create job opportunities. So Hairs Energies is here for the long run and will continue to transform the energy space, starting from Nigeria and then pushing this across the continent.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done. Thank you so much for your time, ma. Thank you.
All right. We are
over to you, Oye.
All right. We are here right now at Imagine Africa. So I'm not going to tell you about it because I don't even know anything about Imagine Africa. But I have here a very wonderful lady.
Please, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, I am right here with a wonderful lady who is going to be telling us about Imagine Africa. Ebonua, it's good to have you here. Please tell us about Imagine Africa.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ebonluwa Shadeko, and
Anyways,
Imagine Africa is a finance and investment company. We provide finance and investment solutions for the Africa growing economy. We have multiple subsidiaries across asset management, trusteeship. We also work with the capital advisory. We have a technology platform, a technology arm called Fondo. We have a microfinance bank called Treasures Microfinance Bank. So essentially, at the core of what we do is to ensure that we provide some form of finance solutions for Nigerians. So across individuals, businesses, families, organization, and the government, there's something for everyone with Imagine Africa. So thank you very much. And we are so proud to be a part of this. And we wish this event the very best. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Olua. We would come to Imagine Africa. So thank you. We move to the next stand.
Hi everyone. So now we're going to be getting if you were initially scheduled for 12:20, please start making your way towards the front so that the volunteers can guide you. You see them in the beige shirts. They're going to guide you to the interview hall. So if you're initially scheduled for 12:20, I'm also going to read out the names of this specific batch. If you hear your name, please start making your way to the front. You see Aziza is waving her hand over there. Please start making your way to the front. First up, we have Raymond Oluwaferomi, God's Favor Ahamisi, Naomi Onwuka, Precious Chinaza Ike, Daniel Okpara, Chimeobi Victor Asiegbu, Alyssa Olupiton, Kingsley Chibuzo Emmanuel, Mitchell Ebosele, John Praise Olamide, Bisola Alade, Esther Ogochuku Oguejofo, Joseph Oluwabusayo Arowo Jaye, Efyong Micah Asuko, Anulawakbo Rahim, Fatima Abimbola Oladeji, Uchechi Anyo, Unwokolov Ifena Raphael, Onokpasa Deborah, Ezeike Oyinye Vivian, Sharon Ememchuku, Samuel Ogbodo, Okpeyemi Solomon, Anna Mini Ibukun, Obatola Adewumi Rebecca, Oluwatimileyi Alarakpe. So once again, if you heard your name and you were initially scheduled for the 12:20 batch, according to the initial timetable, please make your way to the front. You see our volunteers in beige, and they're going to guide you to the interview room in the hotel. I'm going to repeat the names one more time. So once again, please confirm the timetable you were given. You'd see your initial first meeting had a time it was scheduled for. Obviously, it got pushed back. So now if you were initially scheduled for 12:20, this is your batch that is going in now. Once again, I'm going to list out all the names. Please make your way. You see a line queuing up, and the volunteers are going to guide you to the interview room. So we have Raymond Oluwaferomi, God's Favor Ahamisi, Naomi Onwuka, Precious Chinaza Ike, Daniel Okpara, Chimeobi Victor Asiegbu, Alyssa Olupiton, Kingsley Chibuzo Emmanuel, Mitchell Ebosele, John Praise Olamide, Bisola Alade, Esther Ogochuku Ogu Ejiofor, Joseph Oluwabusayo Arowojaye, Efyong Micah Asuko, Anulakpo Rahim, Fatima Abimbola Oladeji, Uchechi Anyo, Nwokolo Ifena Raphael, Onokpasa Deborah, Ezeike Onyinye Vivian, Sharon Inem Chuku, Samuel Ogbodo, Opeyemi Solomon, Anna Ogenyomoni Ibukun, Obatola Adewumi Rebecca, Oluwatimileyi Alarakbe. Once again, please, please confirm your schedule that you were sent, you were emailed. If you were in the 12:20 as your first interview, please make your way to the line to the front. If you need to confirm your name, you can come and meet me and I'll confirm if you're in this list or not. But if you have 12:20 and you just heard your name, please make your way to the line. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are in X Technology, but right back now. Ladies and gentlemen, please, what's your name, huh? Ivy. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free. You can feel free to tell us your product in just 1 minute or 30 seconds thereabout.
You know, you please everybody. I'm a homo, brand new label.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Oye, Ari.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at this wonderful booth. This is Saphire's event booth. This is one of the leading event. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Saphire's event booth. They are one of the leading event company in Nigeria. But I'm not going to be telling you about them because there's a representative here that's going to let us know about Saphire. So, what's the name, man?
Esther.
So, Esther will be telling us about what really is Saphire. What do you guys do? And just tell us about Saphire event generally. Thank you, Esther. We will be coming to meet you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are in Farah and Tara wedding and event booth. Right now, please feel free to tell us your name. What's your name, ma? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Feel free to tell us about your product in 1 minute. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us. Over to you, Oye Ari.
With so many partners right here, and we are standing at the Avon HMO, the place where you can access, in fact, all healthcare benefit is readily accessible and they are readily ready for you. Like I would say, I will not tell you about it. I have my bros here. What's the name, sir?
My name is Ajibola Bakare.
Mr. Ajibola Bakare is going to be telling us all about Avon HMO.
Yes, so thank you very much. Avon HMO is one of the leading health management organizations in Nigeria, having been in the business of providing healthcare plans for retail, corporate, SMEs, expanding the universal healthcare program in Nigeria. We have a myriad of healthcare products, plans that cater to either retail customer segments, SME businesses, or large corporates. And we've been doing this for more than a decade. And like I said earlier, we're one of the leading health management organizations here in Nigeria. And as a matter of fact, we are proud to say that we're the most profitable healthcare management organization in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, quick one before you go. Aside from coming to your booth to, talk to you, how else can we reach you?
You can reach us through any of our socials, on X, on Instagram, on Thread, on YouTube at Avon HMO, or you can go directly to our website at www.avonhealthcare.com.
www.avonhealthcare.com. Thank you, Avon HMO, and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in Omone Obole Vault. Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to tell us your name. What's your name?
My name is Ireti Raro.
Okay, please, in the next 1 minute, can you tell us about your products, about your latest film that is coming out also?
Hello everyone, my name is Ireti Raro. I'm from Omone Obole TV, and this is Nigeria's #1 content creation channel. Actually, we have a lot of amazing movies that have been lined up. In fact, we released one yesterday, titled Good Enough, and we have amazing movies generally, and people love it. So support the movement, and that's it. Well done.
Thank you so much for having us. Over to you, Oye Ari. So, ladies and gentlemen,
we are here at Avon Medicals. Yeah, we deal with anything medical. Anything medicals. And as you can see, medicals, I don't think I have so much there's so much to say. It's medicals. You have yourself checked. Okay, you have a lot to say, but so let me give it to the representative to tell you all about Avon Medicals.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Ayomide Kuku, and I'm a representative of Avon Medical Practice. Yeah, you actually have a lot to say. We definitely do have a lot to say. With the way things are currently going in the country, a lot of people do not pay attention to their health care, right? So at Avon Medical Practice, we help people with their health. We are healthcare service provider, and recently we just won an award for the dialysis service provider of the year. That's NHA award. So it is evidence out there. We are actually leading in the healthcare space. So we have varieties of services. We do a lot of things. We have the diagnostics, we have the specialist consults, down from obstetrics up to cardiology, oncology, and the O's. So we have annual screening, we have the pre-employment medical, that's the professional health. We also have worksite clinic service, where we come into your space and have a clinic there for your workforce, your employee, so they do not necessarily need to go outside office space to access care during office hours. So we do a lot. We have the retainership service where your employees visit Avon Medical to access care and would deal with the company directly. So that way your employees have no reason to worry about their health care. So we also have dialysis, just like I've mentioned. Dialysis and nephrological care. We have worksite clinic, just like I've mentioned as well. Then recently we just started the executive wellness initiative, tailored specifically for busy executives. You know, all these are CEOs, top industry players. They are busy worrying about work. So Avon Medical came up with the executive wellness package designed specifically for them. It's comprehensive enough, and it's tailored to address every health issue. So yeah,
You have a lot to do, but we will get to you in a bit. Thank you so much. Back to you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Oye Are. We are in Red Tech boat. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, what's the name, sir?
My name is Bimbola.
Bola. Okay, right now, just tell us about your brand in just 30 seconds or 1 minute thereabouts. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so if I'm to tell you about the brand, 30 seconds won't be enough, but I'll try my best to go through as much as I can. So the name of the company is Red Tech, and our flagship solution is called RedPay. Okay, we have something in store that we are not willing to share yet, but let's just go past that for a bit. So RedPay is a solution that powers payment in different ways. We have our POS terminals where you accept local and international transfers, same-day settlements, twice-a-day settlements, and as well as T+1 settlement on the RedPay POS. Amongst other things, we have the buy now, pay later feature as well on the RedPay POS. And the RedPay POS is not just the only thing that we actually offer as a service in RedTech. RedPay also offers the virtual account service where we integrate your account and you're able to collect payments online. We also have the e-commerce feature as well, that if you have a business where you have a store online, we're able to help you integrate your business online where you're still able to actually collect payments. And trust me, we're not done. We're just about getting started. We also have the API and system integrator if you have a very big industry or a big business where we help you check invoices, amongst many other things. Trust me, RedPay as a solution is more than just a solution. That is the future, which is already here. So when you talk about payments, when you talk about collecting payments at the top tier level, say no more. RedTech, RedPay, it definitely pays.
Thank you so much. So over to you, Ewa, on stage, please.
Awesome, thank you. So now we're going to call the next batch. So if you check your emails, you were initially in the 12th batch at the first interview. These are the names I'm going to be calling. So I'm going to call your name. Please line up here in front. You see our volunteers in the beige shirt. They're waving their hands. And then you start making your way towards back to the interview room. So first I have Oluwatobi Simon Kushimo, Adam Lawal, Kingsley Chibuzo Emmanuel, Obatola Adewumi Rebecca, David Owogoga Ochaju, Queeneth Amicable Onike, Stella Oluwadamilola Azum, Ifeanyi Agasili, Ola Nehemiah, God's Favor Ahamisi, Uchechi Anyo, Osineye Onao Obemiko Esther, Akombi Hafsat Keinde, Esther Ogochuku Ogu Ejiofo, Onowubeda Okiogene Emmanuel, Amara Ozioma Ifechuku, Nuruddin Hassan, Arimoro Shegun Joshua, Ololade Akinsola, Bolagade Mary Oluwaseun, Samuel Ogbodo, Oyetundi Olajimoke, Christina Irayomide Smith, Adejare Emmanuel Olamide, Olisakwe Precious Ifoma, Emanuela Chisom James. So I'm going to call the names again, but basically the names I'm calling, everybody should make their way to right in front where you see these volunteers in the beige shirts. They're waving their hands. You're going to queue up there and they're going to guide you to the interview space. So I just called your name. Please join this queue that's forming just right here towards the exit. And then the volunteers are going to guide you outside. So you would see it in your program. You should be scheduled for this for the 12:30 call. So I'm going to call the names again. Please listen out for your names to make your way in towards the line and then you'll be guided to the interview room. Okay, so we have Oluwatobi Simon Kushimo, Adam Lawal, Kingsley Chibuzo Emmanuel, Obatola Adewumi Rebecca, David Owogoga Ochaju, Queeneth Amicable Onike, Stella Oluwadamilola Azum, Ifeanyi Agasili, Ola Nehemiah, God's Favor Ahamisi, Uchechi Anyo, Osineye Ona Okwemiko Esther, Akombi Hafsat Keinde, Esther Ogochuku Ogu Ejiofo, Onowubeda Okiogene Emmanuel, Amara Ozioma Ifechuku, Nuruddin Hassan, Ari Omomoro Shegun Joshua, Ololade Akinshola, Bolagade Mary Oluwaseun, Samuel Ogbodo, Oyetunde Olajimoke, Christina Irayomide Smith, Adejare Emmanuel Olamide, Olisakwe Precious Ifoma, Emanuela Chisom James. So once again, this would have been if you had your interview for 12:30. Please make your way to the line. They're about to usher you guys to the interview room. If you have any questions, you can confirm with me if your name was called and which time it was due. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ewa. Ladies and gentlemen, I have SA in here. We are in Air Insurance Group. X Insurance Group. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Elsie.
Okay, feel free to tell us about your brand in just 30 seconds or 1 minute thereabouts. Over to you, SA. Thank you so much, Nurse. Thank you so much for having us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going back to the networking. Feel free to network. Ladies and gentlemen, after then, we move straight to the UBA stand. But right about now, I leave you in the hands of the DJ Little and with network.
Thank you. Hi, sorry guys, it's 12:40. If you had 12:40 as your time slot, please make your way to the front. Come to meet me if you have any questions. But yes, it's for 12:40.
Baby, I be on my way, I be on my way. If you tell me say, you go give me left today. Tell it don't wear me out of ways, wear me out of ways. Make you give me love, yeah. You swinging body like you got no ribs, so you just scatter with your waist and hips, so yeah. Undertaker, give me something, please, yo. You dey make my heart dey do kiss, yo. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm going to fire. I'ma get kilo require. Tell me what's your desire. I do hot like Timaya, Timaya, oh Timaya. I'ma get kilo require. Timaya, oh Timaya. I do hot like Timaya. Another man can do you, the way I want to do you. Load you out like a can.
Please, you can have your seat where you get your refreshment. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for UBA? Are we ready? Are we good? So you can feel free to sit down wait after you get your food.
All right. We are at the United Bank of Africa booth. One of the best, in fact, not one, the best bank in Africa. Not only in Nigeria, Africa, and even the world as it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Mrs. Modupe Akindele, and she's going to be telling us a whole lot about UBA. Stay tuned. Don't miss. Man?
Hello, hi. My name is Modupe Akindele. I'm the group head of HR for UBA. UBA presently has presence in 19 African countries and 5 continents. We're in France, we're in the US, we're in the UK. And we have potentials of going into the UAE. Our focus really is development of leadership. We create young talents where we use them to drive our pipeline for succession. Not only do we believe in leadership in the organization, we also believe in leadership as a whole to drive Nigeria, to drive good leadership, good governance, and values for the country. And that's what we really stand for. So we do encourage you to bank with us. We encourage that we invite all talents of all race, of all pedigree to come and join us. It's a great place to work, after all. Thank you.
I know you have a wide range of products that we can but what would you like to tell, the young people that are here in this event right now, from an HR perspective as to UBA Bank and, just to be employable in the market?
So, well, I'll tell the youth that if they're looking for a future, if they're looking for growth, if they're looking to be great talent, then UBA is the bank for them. We develop talents, we grow from scratch. Every organization do have a niche. Our niche is development. Our niche is developing leaders, that will grow. And so if that's your vision, if that's what you want, then UBA is the bank for you.
There you have it. UBA is the bank for you. Thank you very much, Modupe. All right.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How are we feeling so far? Good? Can we get a round of applause just for the interviews and all the whole experience? But yeah, welcome back. Welcome to the final session of the African Everywhere Festival. To everyone here with us in Lagos and to everyone joining us via our live stream, thank you for being part of what has been an incredible day. Firstly, we'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to all of our sponsors, internship partners, HR representatives, and panel speakers for investing their time, expertise, and opportunities into the next generation of African talents. Congratulations to every attendee. Today you've networked with industry leaders, participated in meaningful conversations, and completed your internship interviews. Let's give a round of applause for that. Yes. The energy throughout the day has been so incredible, and so over the coming days, our team will liaise with all internship partners as they complete their recruitment process. Successful candidates will be contacted directly by the respective organizations with next steps. We know there are a few other interviews to be had, and so we'll communicate that after the panels. We just wanted to get the panels going through. So now let's close this festival out with 2 exciting conversations. Please welcome back to the stage, first of all, our moderator, Oge. Give her a round of applause. Okay, so our next panel is called Financial Wellness for Young People. Building a successful career isn't just about earning money, it's about knowing how to manage it, invest it, and build lasting wealth. Our first panelist, which is, as we call them, we could just come onto the stage, is Ibi Ibru, the founder of Money Starts and a certified financial planner. Yes, thank you. Ibi has helped, oh no, Ibi, you can come on through. Okay. Ibi has helped countless young professionals build healthier financial habits through investing, wealth management, and financial education. Please welcome Ibi Ibru. Next up, we have Onyinye Osunwoke, the group head of executive coverage and strategic relationships at United Capital. Onyinye specializes in helping executives preserve, structure, and grow long-term wealth. Please welcome Onyinye Osunwoke. We can do better than that, please, please, please. Thank you. And then our final panelist for this panel is Ogogo Osula, the group director of origination and investment banking at Emerging Africa Group. Ogogo brings nearly 3 decades of experience in banking, investment, and wealth management. Please welcome Ogogo Osula.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Yeah, I think so. Okay, amazing. Thank you so much to our panelists for being here this afternoon. We don't take it for granted. And yeah, I'd like to just get going with really just understanding why financial literacy is very important for young people. So maybe I can direct my first question to Ibi. I'd like to ask you, what do you feel are the biggest money mistakes young adults make? And why is financial literacy important?
Okay, hi, okay, thank you. And thank you for having me here. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So in terms of the biggest mistakes that young people make, the first one is spending money before you have it. So I don't know if you or anybody here has ever experienced this where, you know that you're about to get a payment or you have some money coming in. So let's say it's like Friday and it's about to be the weekend. And you want to do your hair or you're going out with your friends and you know that, okay, I'm getting some money on Monday. So let me just spend the money today. I'll get it. And then surprise, surprise, Monday comes and then there was a delay or something happens and then you're stuck and you're scrambling. So I'll say that that's the number one big money mistake is just spending money like before you have it. Never ever spend money that is not in your accounts. No matter who promised you or how trustworthy they are, if it's not in your account, you technically don't have it. The second biggest money mistake is thinking that you should wait until you have a lump sum of money or you make some kind of big money before you start taking your money seriously. Because I know that when you're a student and you don't necessarily have an income or it's just like a small amount you're getting here and there, saving or investing whatever you can you might even feel silly doing it. Like this amount is so small. What could this ever possibly amount to? The truth is that the discipline that you have with 50,000 naira is the discipline that will meet you with 5 million naira. As ridiculous as you feel saving 1,000 naira or 500 naira, do it. You need to build your habits early because it's like building a house. Whatever infrastructure you have now is what's going to carry your home. So just make sure that you do it. Don't wait and think that, okay, when I get my first big girl job or my first big girl salary or big boy job, that's when I'll start saving. That's when I can think about investments. try with whatever little you have. Then I would say the last thing, especially for students, is not investing in yourself. Because at this point, your earning is not, I would say, in the top 1% of Nigerians. You're just starting out your career and your own independence and your lives. Investing in yourself is the best thing that you should do. So don't avoid investing in yourself. So investing in yourself is coming to events like this, meeting people, talking to people who have walked the path ahead of you, investing in your skills, investing in your appearance, in the way that you come across. It is so important because it sets the foundation to how much you can make in the future. And in terms of why financial literacy is important, what you don't know, you can't grow. So if you don't know money, how are you going to get better?
Very true. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm really glad that you talked on investing in oneself and then obviously also not being afraid to start saving and investing even with the little you have. So on that note, I'd like to direct my next questions to Ms. Onini and Mrs. Ogugu. Could you please talk to us about what both your organizations do in terms of how people can start investing or start saving in that aspect? Yeah. Who would like to go first? Yeah. Okay, Ms. Onini, thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Oge, for having me here. It's a pleasure. So I work at United Capital PLC. We're a Pan-African investment firm. We have 8 businesses, so essentially there is a product for everybody. I know that we're all youth starting out, so let's not be timid or think that, you know, when you hear the United Capital investment firm, you might just think, okay, you know what, I don't have the kind of money that they need. No, that's not it. So we have an asset management firm, and we have a lot of mutual funds there for retail investors up to HNIs and corporates. We have a wealth management firm, trustees. Trustees essentially is just putting a will in place for your beneficiaries in your lifetime or after you have passed away. We have an investment banking firm that deals largely with corporates, project finance, capital raising, debt equities, equity financing. We also have a microfinance bank. We have a consumer lending business. We have a Pan-African investment firm as well. And essentially, United Capital just is a one-stop financial workshop. So we also have a consumer lending business, which also offers loans to the public. So if any type of investment that you want to do, we can do that for you, help you create your wealth, preserve your wealth for the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be part of the people who are supporting this. Emerging Africa Group is an impact-based financial services Mongol, that deals in innovative solutions to capital raising, to investment banking, to asset management, to infrastructure finance, as well as technology. So we have multiple subsidiaries. We have an asset management company, just like UCAP. We have an investment banking arm. We have an infrastructure development special purpose vehicle through which we develop infrastructure in the States. We have a microfinance bank. We have a technology company called Fund All. We have also a capacity building firm. So how can you, as the youth of Africa, take advantage of dealing and investing? We have an asset management company that has several mutual funds. There's a mutual fund for Eurobonds. There's a mutual fund for money market funds. There's a mutual fund for balanced diversity. And there's also a mutual fund for, religious halal kind of, funding. So with as little as 5,000 on a monthly basis, it's never too early to save and invest. It's like an esusu kind of arrangement where ordinarily you don't have enough to make a big investment, but then you pool the funds together in a mutual fund and it gives you access to what ordinarily you wouldn't be able to access by yourself. So when you start small, you can easily deploy it over a long term and build wealth that will be sustainable. So that's my advice.
Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And I love that we're talking about how, what both organizations do in terms of investing and saving. And I'd like to ask, I'll bring this to Ibi and Onini, please. I want to ask about what would you say is the difference between saving and investing? And realistically, how can young people create and stick to a budget? And I think I'd also like to ask if Ibi can speak more about Money Start. Obviously, she's the founder and lead financial advisor. So if you can, we can start with you. If you can talk about what Money Start does, and then, just speaking to the question of what's the difference between saving and investing, and how can young people try and stick more to being able to do that? Yeah.
Okay, sure. So I'm the CEO of Money Start, and as the name implies, it's for you to get started with your money. So we're a financial education and financial planning firm. Fun fact, when I actually started Money Start, you guys are my target market. So it was supposed to be for people who are just starting out in their careers, getting paid your first salary, first taste of independence, and just building those finances as you're growing in your lives. I was quite surprised when people in their 30s and 40s started calling, which was a great surprise. So that's the name of Money Start. So it is a financial education company to help you grow your wealth and continue to grow your wealth when you do have wealth. So in terms of the difference between savings and investing, it's two things. Savings is short term. That's the first major distinction. So I would say that savings is anything that's less than 2 years. So any money that you're putting away that you know that, okay, in 2 years, I'm calling on this money, it's savings. And when you are saving, ideally, you should be trying to be on pace with inflation. And essentially what that means is, you guys, do you remember how much things cost 3 years ago and how much they cost now? You want to be able to put your money somewhere where you're keeping your money is keeping track with the prices. So that's savings. Investing is long term. So that's any money that you know that you can put away and you don't need to touch for the next 2 or so years. And that money should be beating inflation. So it should be giving you higher returns than inflation. Okay, what's the last thing? Budgeting.
Yeah, how can young people more realistically actually stick to
a budget? Okay, I love this question so much because I'm sure everybody here has tried to budget before. You've heard that you should have a budget. Like, budgeting has bad PR. People hate budgeting. The reason why your budget doesn't work is because it's not data driven. Guys, I'm a science student. If you want to create a budget you can stick to, this is what you need to do. Go into your bank app, download your 3-month statements, open ChatGPT or Claude, ask it to show you what you actually spend money on, not what you think you spend money on. Because I'm sure if I ask you guys how much you spend on eating out, you guys will say 50K. By the time we check, you'll be like 350K. So go and ask AI to show you what you're actually spending money on. Now, when you have that data, from there, you can now extrapolate that, okay, clearly, I don't think I can spend less than 50K on transport a month. Even though in your heart you feel like you should be spending 25K, but the data are showing you that it's not possible. So make sure that you're building your budgets from your actual patterns and behaviors because you'll be more likely to stick to them. And make sure it's based on your principles and your values. So for example, for me, Ibinka Ibro, I would rather do my hair than go out to eat. That is what I care about. So that's where I direct my money to. Your budget should be based on your values, not what you think that you should be spending money on. Do you understand? So don't be like, I think I spent too much money on going to the gym. Maybe I should spend more money on something else. And then month after month after month, you don't make it. So that's because it's not aligned with your values. It's your money. You should be able to spend this responsibly, but aligned in your values. So look at the data, decide what you care about spending money on, and budgets for that. So like I said, if I've decided that I'm coming to Africa everywhere and I want my hair to look a certain way, and my friends have asked me to come out 3 times this week, I will say no, I'll go out once because I know I want to go and do my hair for this. That is what I care about spending my money on. Do you understand? Exactly.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. So a round of applause. Yeah. And Ms. Onini, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, okay. So the difference between savings and investments, like Evie rightly said, short term, long term. And as we go into the workforce, let's remember this. Whatever we earn as a salary is our savings. So your savings should be deployed towards a sinking fund, an emergency fund, something that is liquid enough for you to dip into and solve an immediate need, right? And your investment is what you take from your savings and plug into a meaningful and purposeful vehicle, right? To secure your future. So those are the two major differences for me.
All right. So savings is what you're earning, and investments is what will propel you and secure your future financially. And it is definitely long term. You have to have a long term horizon when you're thinking about an investment. In terms of budgeting, to add to what Ibi has said, so as we move into the labor force, the workforce, let's also remember that budgeting is so important. At the start of the year, you have to think about what your income is. What are you earning? What comes to you? And most importantly, you have to save before any other thing. So don't spend on, perhaps electricity bills, black tax even, and then at the end of the month, you now save what is left. It's not going to work, all right? So in budgeting, you have to consider how much comes to you, how much you want to save, and then you also have to determine your expenses. So we have expenses, fixed expenses, and these are costs to us that don't really change. So for instance, for those that pay rent, that's a fixed cost. Maybe you have an insurance premium, maybe on your car, or even for those that maybe have children, in a school year, school fees could be a fixed cost. So you have to back that out. And then now look at your variable costs. Because in school, I know we had your variable expenses. In school, we had fixed costs and variable costs. So that in budgeting, we're going to have fixed expenses and variable expenses. So with your variable expenses, you're looking at payments that you make maybe for groceries, skincare, just general expenses that are not entirely fixed and that can be modified. Because with sometimes the way inflation is going, you really just have to sit down, track your expenses, and look at what really is the most important to you. Ibi said if she needs to make her hair, she's going to have to forfeit 3 outings with her friends, and that's her priority. So the same thing applies with your variable costs, okay? So put that into perspective, figure out your fixed expenses and your variable expenses when you're creating your budget. And by all means, please track your expenses weekly. Print out your statements and track it weekly. Don't wait till the end of the month, because you have to remain tactile in this environment, okay? So you have to be able to adjust and, be agile and just switch things up so that your money makes sense for you. And first things first, pay yourself first. So at the top of your budgeting is your investment amount. What am I taking out to keep for myself? And then every other thing falls into place. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Onini. And thanks for talking about the importance of budgeting, as both our panelists have spoken on now. I'll wrap up this session soon, but I'd like to wrap it up by asking each of you a final question. But before that, I'd like to ask Mrs. Ogugu. A lot of our audience here, I'm sure, will be receiving the first salaries or first few salaries as they'd be going on to carry out their internships. And so how would you advise that someone should manage their first salary, especially as an intern?
Okay. So thank you very much for that question. I want to start by making a comment about the issue of savings. Beyond what they've said, very quickly, savings is setting aside something from what you earn in order to be able to invest it. Because sometimes you have to, first of all, save for some time before you have enough that you can now plow into investment. Now, when it comes to your first salary as an intern, I'm going to answer in 2 ways. One, me, Ogogo, as a Christian, and then what I would advise you if you were not a Christian and you're thinking about trying to be financially literate. So as a Christian and as Ogogo, my first salary was given to my parents so that they would bless me. That's what I did. But when you're looking at financial intelligence and financial planning, you should budget your salary such that you don't spend 100% of what you earned. So there are various principles that you could apply. There is a 70-30, there's an 80, there's a 70, 10, 10, 10, there's a 50, 30, 20. So let me just explain the 50. 50% of what you earn should be put to meet your needs. But then what are your needs? The needs vary depending on your level. What you need as somebody that has just started working is different from what you need when you are going up, because there's the lifestyle inflation that comes up and all of that. So your needs, 50%. Your wants and any other thing, 30%. And the rest, 20%, save it and then invest it. That's one principle. Another one, 70% should be for your needs, 10% to God, because there's the tithing for the Christians. And then the other 20% to take care of anything else, charity and whatever else. But one thing I can tell you for sure, don't spend all you earn. Don't wait till you earn enough. The thing about human needs is that human needs are actually not satisfiable. I'm sure you've all heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Human needs are never fully satisfied. So just make sure that you budget yourself such that your first salary, make sure you don't spend everything that you earn. You keep enough, you keep a percentage of it, no matter how small you earn. It's just a habit that you want to form so that you ensure that going forward, when you start earning big, you still keep a proportion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Miss.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you so much. And just our final question, and I'd like you to please, for time's sake, just answer in one line.
Okay.
What does financial freedom mean to you? We can start with Ibi, or
in
we
one
can start
line.
with someone else. Yeah, if you can. What does financial freedom mean to you?
Okay. Financial freedom means to me not being tied to a job, a person, or geography for income, a singular job, person, or geography for income. So no matter where I am or what I'm doing, or I don't know who I'm with, I always have finances.
Okay, thank you. Next.
All right. So financial freedom for me, it's not about opulence or being so wealthy that you can afford everything. It's just about having less financial anxiety. You can afford your needs. You can afford to repair your car if it needs to be repaired. You're not put under pressure. So that's financial freedom to me.
Thank you.
Financial freedom to me means being able to live your lifestyle without having to worry about where the next paycheck is going to come from. Having enough investment such that if you didn't work for the next 5 years, you'll be fine, because what you've invested can meet your needs.
Thank you all so much for this amazing panel. Can we please give them a round of applause? We'll take a picture.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you to our wonderful panelists. Can we please just give them another round of applause? So this is our final conversation of the day, where we are exploring when is the right time to become your own boss. Entrepreneurship is about identifying opportunities, solving real problems, and having the courage to build something meaningful. I'm going to start by introducing our first panelist, Rennie Abino, who is the founder and creative director of Rendolph. Let's give her a round of applause. Woo! So Rennie transitioned from law into fashion, building an internationally recognized, very successful Nigerian women's wear brand. Please welcome Rennie Abino. Next up, we have Yanmo Omorogbe, the co-founder and COO of Bamboo. Yes, please. Yanmo has helped transform investing across Africa while championing greater access and opportunity. Please give another round of applause for Yanmo.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
And our final panelist for this session is Dr. Chinonso Egemba, also known as a doctor. He's a medical doctor, health tech founder, and one of Africa's leading health communicators. Dr. Egemba has transformed the way millions engage with healthcare. Please give him another round of applause.
Woo!
All right, handing it over to you again.
Thanks, Ewa. Okay, how's everyone's day been, first of all? Can I hear like some noise? Has it been good? Exactly. Okay, thank you. And thanks to our amazing panelists. Thanks for being here this afternoon. And yeah, entrepreneurship, when to become your own boss. So I'd like to start with the question, and I'll direct it to each panelist, so you can please speak on this. But if you could briefly explain to us why you started your business and how did you know it was also time to do so? Rennie can go first.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. So I think generally I have always been entrepreneurial. Like I was that child that would have oranges at home and say, "Oh, I'm selling orange juice to my uncles and aunties." In university, I used to do my hair myself, and I used to do it for free for my friends. And I think when the request started getting a bit too much, I said, "Okay, guys, I'm charging for this," and that helped me go on so many holidays in uni because I had extra money. So I never really sought out to be a fashion designer. I went to law school and I was doing NYSC. And I think after moving back to Nigeria, I would give tailors my designs to make for me. And on a random day, I was like, I'm not really enjoying law. Maybe I should try just selling this thing. And it was a thing where I decided in May, and by July, the collection had come out. So I kind of just threw myself straight into it. And how did I know it was time? I was young, so I could take a lot of risk. I feel like at that time, I didn't have a child. I was 24. So I feel like at that age, a lot of the time, maybe you still have like your parents taking care of you. Also, you're just young. So that's really the time that you can take all that risk.
Thank you. Thanks so much for sharing that. Yambo can go next.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope everyone's having a good day. Thanks for having me. So I always say that I'm an accidental entrepreneur. I think if you asked me what I wanted to be maybe a month before I started Bamboo, I would have told you the only thing I know I don't want to be is an entrepreneur, like literally. But Bamboo started because we were building something for us. So I was working in a private equity firm and I was trying to learn a bit more about finance. So I was studying so I was doing the CFA. So I'd done level 1 and then we wanted to continue, and then I wanted to continue investing, start investing. So I invested a little bit in Nigeria and then I wanted to invest in the US stock market. And at that time, there just was no way to do it unless you had like a lot of money. I remember my co-founder had reached out to one of the big asset managers and they were like, "Oh, the person who deals with it, come back in 3 weeks." There was just no real way to do it. And so I spoke to my co-founder about it. And he's very like techie buildy. And so he's like, "Oh, he's going to figure it out." And at this time I had a job in like a private equity firm. So I wasn't trying to leave my actual job to do this. So I was like, "Oh, let me know when you figure it out. I'd love to be one of your first users." And we just continued talking about it and we're talking about it all the time. And I remember literally the day vividly and we were just talking and he was like, "You're always giving me feedback. Do you want to become my co-founder?" And I was like, "Huh?" And I didn't even listen to him. I was like, let me take time to think about it. And I'm generally an impulsive person. I'm probably not the most like thoughtful person at the time. And at the time I was thinking about going to business school. And I remember talking to my dad about it and he was like, "Well, risk is for the young." And, when I thought about going to business school, I was like, okay, worst case scenario, if this doesn't work out, it's like a 2-year practical MBA versus a, actual traditional MBA. And I was like, why not? And so mentally I was like, okay, I have 2 years to figure this out. I told my old job, I was like, if this doesn't work out, I'm going to come back in 1 year. Let me know. And yeah, we just did it. And I guess the rest is history.
No, amazing. And how many years has it been now?
7 years. So we started Bamboo in 2019.
Amazing. And on to you.
First of all, good evening, everyone. I'm sure you guys are all having a great time. Thank you for having me. So I think I will just piggyback off what you said. I don't think I ever set out to be an entrepreneur. I almost never had that in me.
because medical school just sort of trains you for one thing, which is finish and just become a medical doctor. And there was a patient who died in front of me who was, I think I was on 400 level, 500 level at that period. And it got me thinking that there are too many reasons why he shouldn't have died. And one of them was ignorance. And we started all of this simply because of that single person. When did we decide to take it official? I would never say there was a particular time that happened. It was more of moving from stage to stage and just slowly building it. There was a particular time I thought of building this business on radio. And we tried to get into radio, 2 radio stations in Anambra State. And I was told, I don't think what you're doing is interesting enough for radio. We think we should just leave it for entertainment. And that was almost about the same time social media was taking off. And it sort of democratized access to the media. And we took that off, and we've built it into a healthcare media company, as well as also having a healthcare startup that is roughly 12 months old.
Amazing. Thanks so much for sharing. And it's also so cool to hear how you pitched it to someone before, right? And they kind of said, no, I don't think that should work. And it's so crazy how I'm sure a lot of us know your videos, and they're so informative. So thank you so much. Okay, my next question is, what would you guys say are the biggest misconceptions people have about going into entrepreneurship? Because I think it's so often glamorized and it looks so much more attractive than the typical 9 to 5. But what would you say sometimes are actually the things we don't see about that? And Yamo can go.
So I think, I don't know if it's a misconception, but I think generally I'm always shocked when I hear people say like, oh my God, I could never have a 9 to 5 because like I want to run my own business. And I'm so baffled because it's like a gazillion times harder. Because when I think about like owning your own business, it's literally just a 9 to 5 that never doesn't close. It's like a 9 to 9, and then you sleep, and then you dream about the problems that your business is having, and you wake up and you continue in the business. So I think people don't realize until you do it how hard it's going to be. I think even when you're starting, it's in the middle. I always say that I don't know if I'd have started Bamboo if I knew exactly how hard running Bamboo was going to be very, very honest. So it's a lot harder than you think it is to be, not even because you're necessarily doing something super tasking, but because there's just so many moving parts of running a business that you now have to think about. And I think generally as well, people usually start a business because you like something, right? So if you like baking, you probably like baking and you were like, oh, I could grow this. So you like fashion and you start doing that. But a lot of the time you find that when you start whatever it is that you enjoy as a business, you probably end up doing the thing that made you start it so much less as well, because you have to actually run the business and talk to people and figure out getting people paid, that sort of thing. So I don't think it's super glamorous, but what it is extremely rewarding, where you get to see the fruits of your labor and you get to see and look back and think, wow, we actually built this and this actually worked, and you've learned something.
Thank you. Rennie, do you have anything to add to that?
I think people generally have the misconception that you get to keep a lot of the money. So I would say if you are a self-funded entrepreneur and you're starting with what you have, for quite a while, you're going to have to keep reinvesting the money that you make back into the business if you want the business to grow. Because I remember I'm always asking myself that, okay, when do I get to keep this money? But then I think, okay, I want so I can say maybe I have 2 staff now and sales are increasing. We want to reach more people, so we have to get more staff. And I like to have salaries laid out for a year if possible, so that even if business is not good that year, I'm still able to pay salaries. So there's a lot of reinvesting that has to go back into it, and you have to be really like disciplined with the money that comes in, because all the money that comes in is not your personal money.
No, definitely. And my next question, and I want to be aware of the audience in front of us, so who is here? We have obviously people that are interested in getting internships at existing organizations, right? But I think maybe there's something to say to the fact that there's sometimes some value, or it's beneficial to have worked somewhere before you go on to launch your own thing. So Apricot doctor. I was wondering if maybe you could share your thoughts on this. Like, do you think your experience in healthcare before has helped you with your, well, obviously, what you do now? And yeah.
Yes, definitely. So I think all the different experiences that I have had have sort of morphed into the person that I am today. Having to practice in rural communities, primary healthcare centers, without any form of infrastructure. Believe me when I say any form of infrastructure, we had to practice what we call crude medicine. What that left with me was resourcefulness. I know a friend of mine who built an incubator from a carton of noodles. So he literally built a carton and put lights and padded it, and we put a premature baby in it, and that baby is surviving today. That is what resourcefulness will teach you. And when you take that mentality into business, it sort of teaches you that when it comes to entrepreneurship, for instance, you're never going to have everything you need at every point. Whatever successful entrepreneur you've seen is somebody who has made do with what seems like almost next to nothing, but they've survived. Another experience I'm actually grateful for is my experience with Avon Medical. And I'm looking at them right there. Yeah.
Our sponsors.
So I think for about 2 years, I worked with Avon Medical, and I could observe the patterns and see how a company is actually supposed to run. I saw the division of labor. I saw things move the way they were supposed to do. And when it came to entrepreneurship, it made it easier for me, because one thing about entrepreneurship is when you love something too much, it's very difficult to hand that over to another person and say, I trust you enough to run this. And so it was easier for me to, hand that off, train them, and let them run it.
Oh, amazing. Thank you for sharing that. A round of applause, please. My next question to Rennie. What advice would you give to someone perhaps who wants to start a business, but the main thing holding them back is, oh, but what if it doesn't work out? What if I fail?
So, I guess in life, nothing is certain. So even just having that at the back of your mind, I think you need to have very, very strong belief in yourself and your why, because there are going to be so many hard days. There are going to be times that you make losses. And if you don't have a very strong why behind why you're doing what you're doing, it's easy to say that you're not doing it anymore. For example, I spent 3 years doing law. I did law school, NYSC, all law. And then I moved on to fashion. And even though it wasn't something that I saw myself doing my whole life, if you ask me now if there's anything else I would rather be doing, it's literally this for me till the end. Like, it's what I really, really want to invest in. So even when things get stressful, I know that I enjoy what I'm doing. I'm putting value out into the society. And it's just, that strong why is just so important, because there will be so many hard days. So many hard days. But if you really believe in yourself and really believe in what you're doing, then I think you'll be able to push through.
Thank you. No, thank you for sharing that. I also wanted to speak about, I think a running thread through everything everyone has spoken on so far is how, even though you didn't initially start as an entrepreneur, you picked up skills from when you were working in this place or this place. And I think it's something our attendees can take on, because you might not forever work in an organization. You might go on to become your own entrepreneur, founder of something. And so I'll open this question to the entire panel. What skills would you say you've seen that are most important for someone that wants to build a successful business?
I think one of the most important skills you need to have is actually a soft skill called grit. You need to be able to stick through the hard days, just as Rennie has said. There will be hard days, I promise you. There will be days when you're going to look at what you're building and ask yourself if it's worth it. Especially, and you have to want it so badly that you're willing to surmount whatever pressures you're currently facing. So I would say grit. Just have a stick through it attitude, but not just stick through it for the sake of stubbornness. It's also sticking through it while also figuring out what you can leverage, what you can use, how you can be smarter about this particular problem. It might be someone you know, it might be a skill you've learned. Pure stubbornness alone won't cut it, but stubbornness is important. You know, that grit is important in order to be able to stick through it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to that?
I think what I will add is that if you're going to start any business, talk to your users. I think a super, super important thing is talk to the people who are going to give you money or who you hope they're going to give you money. Because a lot of time, especially if you're trying to build a product or you're trying to learn about something, you have an idea in your head, but how people interact with it is often very, very different. So you want to talk to your users, even, if you're still working, if you have an idea, talk to people who also use things who also use what you want. I think a big reason Bamboo has been, successful has been because we built something for ourselves that we needed, and we spend a lot of time talking to the people who use it, because you learn what they like, what they don't like, you get ahead of trends early, and you're able to, be curious and learn and change if you need to be, and be very, very, very adaptable.
Thank you. Anything? No?
I would say one thing. I think a lot of people try to wait for perfect conditions before they start, and it just stops you from doing things. I would honestly say just start with what you have, because I started Rendell with 250,000 naira, and it was just enough money to buy fabric for a few styles. I didn't have any machines, so my tailors had the machines in their house. And then eventually when I was able to buy a machine, it was under the staircase in my dad's house. And then the tailor would just come there, make the clothes. And I started with what I had, and every time that money would come in, I would reinvest it back into the business. And then now I have a physical store in VI. So I think just start with what you have.
Yeah, thank you all so much for sharing. I'd like to just ask a final question, really. Speaking to the future generation of, I guess, young Nigerians and Africans working in corporate, but also maybe the ones that want to go into entrepreneurship, what would you say you hope to see from future Nigerian entrepreneurs and future African entrepreneurs?
So for me, one thing I'd like to see is future Nigerian entrepreneurs solving problems that can actually lead to better quality of lifestyle, especially for a lot of people. We live in a country with growing metrics, better metrics. It would be very important if the problems we solve lead to a better life for the people for which we're solving them.
Thank you.
I think for me, I would say that it's a wish, and what I want for people is to build businesses that last, because a lot of businesses, they say, fail within the first 5 years. So I'm hoping that the next generation of entrepreneurs are building things that last and building a legacy.
Thank you.
I guess I would say for me, the hope is that the next generation of entrepreneurs are finding and going after a spirit of excellence. So whatever it is that you're doing, whatever it is that you want to do, just aim to do it very, very well, to build world-class products, because world-class global standard things can come out of Nigeria, can come out of young Nigerian bodies. And I want to see us actually going out and chasing that and really, really doing the best. And, it starts even from work, at your workplace, at your internships, in school, just aiming to do the best that you can and, getting better every day, so that when you actually start your own business, you aim to just be the best at it and do very, very well at it.
Thank you all so much. I think that's an amazing note to end the sessions on. But yeah, can we please have a round of applause for our final panel of the day? Thank you. Okay, so good evening, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming to the Africa and Everywhere Festival, our inaugural edition in 2026. I hope you've really... Oh, yeah. Thank you. I hope you've all enjoyed today. I hope the interviews were impactful and were very helpful. I hope all the panel sessions were impactful as well. I want to once again thank all our amazing sponsors, some of which the booths are here, and also just thank our internship partners, because this could not have happened without them. I'd also like to thank all the teams that have supported us on Red TV, like all the production you see, all our Instagram stuff, like they've been doing it, our graphics designers, the people that edit our content, my team, Uja and Solange are here, all the volunteers that have helped today keep everything so seamless. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone, but if I have, thank you all so much. And yeah, thanks for coming today. We'll be giving out, in case they haven't already, we're giving out tote bags to all attendees, and you'll hear back from the companies you've been interviewing with from next week to let you know if you were successful or not. But yeah, thanks so much for coming, and that's that. Thank you.
You know, say money make a dance, so and I'm feeling funky, cause I'm really couple, really lucky. Money make the work go round. You know, do me, I want more.